by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the ISCP, affirms and uplifts the unique role of First Ladies in contributing to peace and development. IAFLP brings together current and former First Ladies from throughout the world, drawing upon their experience and wisdom as women leaders and as role models who serve their countries in significant ways. The International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, represents a worldwide professional network of journalists who support a socially responsible and moral media. IMAP recognizes the vital role that journalists play in providing objective reporting to foster an informed citizenship. The International Association of Academicians for Peace, IAAP, is a global interdisciplinary academic initiative aimed at contributing toward the realization of a world of lasting peace. IAAP is dedicated to building professional networks for academicians to foster a world of peace. The International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, affirms the role of businesses, business leaders, and investors to make the world a better place. In early 2020, UPF convened a rally of hope featuring dignitaries including Pastor Paula White, Cambodia Head of State His Excellency Hun Sen, President Macky Sall of Senegal, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, former U.S. Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and many others.
I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its broad set of partnerships in the realms of politics, religion, academia, media, economy, arts, women and youth serve as a good model. I believe the Universal Peace Federation will become a cornerstone to build lasting peace around the world and a heavenly unified Korea based on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Celebrating 15 years, UPF will continue to grow through service, dialogue, and collaboration, guided by its spiritual and moral vision of one family under God. UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you.
이만 마치겠습니다.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union, and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we are here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are: the International Summit Council for Peace was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the ISCP, affirms and uplifts the unique role of First Ladies in contributing to peace and development. IAFLP brings together current and former First Ladies from throughout the world, drawing upon their experience and wisdom as women leaders and as role models who serve their countries in significant ways. The International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, represents a worldwide professional network of journalists who support a socially responsible and moral media. IMAP recognizes the vital role that journalists play in providing objective reporting to foster an informed citizenship. The International Association of Academicians for Peace, IAAP, is a global interdisciplinary academic initiative aimed at contributing toward the realization of a world of lasting peace. IAAP is dedicated to building professional networks for academicians to foster a world of peace. The International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, affirms the role of businesses, business leaders, and investors to make the world a better place. In early 2020, UPF convened a Rally of Hope featuring dignitaries including Pastor Paula White, Cambodia Head of State His Excellency Hun Sen, President Macky Sall of Senegal, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, former U.S. Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and many others.
I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its broad set of partnerships in the realms of politics, religion, academia, media, economy, arts, women and youth serve as a good model. I believe the Universal Peace Federation will become a cornerstone to build lasting peace around the world and a heavenly unified Korea based on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Celebrating 15 years, UPF will continue to grow through service, dialogue, and collaboration, guided by its spiritual and moral vision of one family under God. UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union, and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we're here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are: the International Summit Council for Peace was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the ISCP, affirms and uplifts the unique role of First Ladies in contributing to peace and development. IAFLP brings together current and former First Ladies from throughout the world, drawing upon their experience and wisdom as women leaders and as role models who serve their countries in significant ways. The International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, represents a worldwide professional network of journalists who support a socially responsible and moral media. IMAP recognizes the vital role that journalists play in providing objective reporting to foster an informed citizenship. The International Association of Academicians for Peace, IAAP, is a global interdisciplinary academic initiative aimed at contributing toward the realization of a world of lasting peace. IAAP is dedicated to building professional networks for academicians to foster a world of peace. The International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, affirms the role of businesses, business leaders, and investors to make the world a better place. In early 2020, UPF convened a rally of hope featuring dignitaries including Pastor Paula White, Cambodia Head of State His Excellency Hun Sen, President Macky Sall of Senegal, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, former U.S. Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and many others.
I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its broad set of partnerships in the realms of politics, religion, academia, media, economy, arts, women and youth serve as a good model. I believe the Universal Peace Federation will become a cornerstone to build lasting peace around the world and a heavenly unified Korea based on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Celebrating 15 years, UPF will continue to grow through service, dialogue, and collaboration, guided by its spiritual and moral vision of one family under God. UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace peace activists and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we are here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are: the International Summit Council for Peace was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the ISCP, affirms and uplifts the unique role of First Ladies in contributing to peace and development. IAFLP brings together current and former First Ladies from throughout the world, drawing upon their experience and wisdom as women leaders and as role models who serve their countries in significant ways. The International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The
I can't hear anything. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Please go ahead, Dr. Kittel. Please start.
Okay, sorry, I just had a technical difficulty. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. This is the Universal Peace Federation, the Asia Pacific region, our virtual International Leadership Conference. The theme for this program is called Peaceful Reunification of the Korean Peninsula and Unified World of Peace. Today is November 29th, 2020. It is 11 a.m. in Bangkok. We have 1,445 registered viewers, many more on YouTube, and we will get those numbers to you. It is being broadcast in 28 nations and translated into 8 language groups. I have the unenviable task to introduce myself as the Master of Ceremonies. Briefly, I received a doctoral degree from the University of Bridgeport in Connecticut in 2004, specializing in family values-based character education for teenagers. I have lived and worked in Asia since 1975 for 45 years. My wife, Teresa, is from Austria, and we have 2 daughters and 1 2-month-old grandchild. My most important introduction, I am a grandfather.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It is. Our theme, the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, a unified world of peace. Last year, in Nagoya, Japan, Mother Moon launched a very special initiative called the Asia Pacific Union, APU. This will be a family of nations that support institutionalized democracy, advocates religious freedom, and protects, defends, and promotes the family. The same year, last year, this initiative was endorsed by His Excellency Prime Minister Hun Sen of Cambodia at our Asia Pacific Summit in Phnom Penh, and most recently, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Mahinda Rajapaksa, endorsed this program during the 3rd Rally of Hope. We hope the Asia Pacific Union will play a constructive role in helping to open North Korea, more so because Mother Moon has been personally invited by Chairman Kim Jong-un to North Korea and is considering visiting there next year on the 30th anniversary of Father and Mother Moon's historic visit to Pyongyang, where they embraced Kim Il-sung and forged an alliance of brotherly reconciliation. At the most recently concluded Rally of Hope on November 22nd, a little over a week ago, Mother Moon launched the project to build Korean War memorials in 64 nations that contributed soldiers, medical supplies, and humanitarian aid to Korea during the Korean War. Of course, many nations have memorials, but not all. Mother Moon feels so indebted to those who contributed in any way to aid Korea at their time of most critical crisis. She plans to build memorials in all 64 nations, working with the Korean government. Our first speaker tonight is President Masaichi Hori. He is from Japan and was born in 1970. In 1994, he graduated from Sun Moon University with the School of Theology and went on to earn a master's degree in Unification Theological Seminary in New York in 2001 in English. Previously, he was the vice president of the Family Federation in Japan, very much involved with educating and raising up youth. Currently, he is the president of the Family Federation of the Asia Pacific II region. Please welcome President Masaichi Hori for his welcome remarks. Please go ahead. President Hori-san, you're on.
Dia punya background
Ladies and gentlemen,
Down.
excuse me. It's okay?
Yes, go ahead, please. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, present day to all. Despite the COVID-19 situation, I'm truly happy that this International Leadership Conference is being held today. I am Masaichi Hori, the co-chair of the Universal Peace Federation in the Asia Pacific. It is my pleasure to meet everyone on this occasion. The theme, Peaceful Reunification of the Korean Peninsula and Unified World of Peace, will be discussed today and is something that the UPF can talk about in depth with its universal values for creating a world of peace. The Cold War era was a time of great tension. Even though the United States and the Soviet Union did not go to war, it was only but a step further. Peace was maintained after all, but we still remember that tension. As we already know, the Korean War is not over. The battle ended with the truce in 1953. Since then, South Korea has experienced conditional peace during the period. I have lived in Korea for 12 years, and during the 80s, there was a strict curfew. Just before the Olympics, the tension gradually disappeared with the growth in the economy. For the past 20 years, tension ceased in the South Korea. In opposition, the North showed progress in nuclear power. Even after 70 years, there is still a gap in perspective. Building trust and bridging the contrasting difference will be the process of making peace. On the other hand, our memory on the sacrifices of the soldiers in the war is fading. The Korean War veterans, these people have worked hard, but gratitude and commendation for their duties are much needed. With this thought, Reverend Samyeon Moon and his wife, Hak Jahan Moon, started this commemorative project to honor the brave men behind these events. Such an honor is necessary because the peace building of the Korean Peninsula requires world cooperation and vice versa. Once again, I would like to sincerely welcome everyone for joining us today, and I hope that you can have a fruitful time through listening to the outstanding speakers in our sessions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Masaichi Hori, especially emphasizing the importance of building trust and a world community that can support the needed changes on the Korean Peninsula. Honorable Eknath Dekal is our next speaker. He is a Nepalese politician and a peace activist. He served as the member of the Nepalese Constituent Assembly and Legislature Parliament from 2008 until 2012, and then again from 2014 to 2017. He served in the government as the Minister of Cooperatives and Poverty Alleviation, and secondly, as the Minister of Peace and Reconstruction. He is the chairman of the Universal Peace Federation for the Asia Pacific region and also chairman for the International Association for the Parliamentarians for Peace. Let's welcome Honorable Takal for his chairman's remarks. Go ahead, Honorable Eknath.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robert Kittel, the moderator for Virtual International Leadership Conference. Also, I'd like to recognize President Masaichi Hori, joining from Japan, and also other distinguished panelists. Our speaker from Malaysia, Sardatu, and also Professor Shamsher Ali sir from joining all the way from Dhaka, and also I am joined with two prominent lawmakers from Nepal, so I could see them in the screen. Honorable Chaya Sharma Panta and also Honorable Dhanraj Grung, among other many distinguished participants who are joining with us. As Dr. Kittel has mentioned that nearly 1,500 registered participants from throughout Asia Pacific are joining with us. So, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, and respected ambassadors for peace, and dear participants, it is my high honor and privilege to share a few words with you at the outset of this virtual International Leadership Conference organized by Universal Peace Federation Asia Pacific. On behalf of the co-founders of UPF, Father and Mother Moon, and the organizing committee, I extend my good wishes and full support for the success of this important virtual conference. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule to participate in this conference. On the foundation of the successful World Summit 2020 convened in Seoul in February of this year, a subsequent series of Peace Talks webinars, and our highly successful first virtual International Leadership Conference, ILC, the Universal Peace Federation is convening its second virtual International Leadership Conference today, dedicated to the theme, the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula and the unified world of peace. This virtual conference is organized to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Korean War and honor those veterans who served during the conflict, sometimes known as the Forgotten War. It is estimated that the war caused 3 million fatalities and brought about the complete devastation of the infrastructure of the Korean Peninsula. One can only imagine what it took for South Korea to rise in such a relatively short time from the ashes of utter devastation to stand today as one of the leading economy in the world. The Korean War began only 5 years after the end of Cold War II and 5 years after the signing of the United Nations Charter. Without the intervention of the United Nations Security Council that set up a security command consisting of a 16-nation peace force, the Republic of Korea would no doubt have fallen permanently. The two nations are in this respect still at war, separated by a demilitarized zone at the 30th parallel. The defense of the Republic of Korea was the defense of the Korean people, their national sovereignty, their political, economic, and religious freedom. The Universal Peace Federation's founder, Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, was born in Anju, North Korea in 1943 many Korean families are still tragically separated by the 30th parallel, and many died without ever being reunited with their loved ones. So please understand, however, this virtual ILC is not merely reflecting on the suffering of the past. On the contrary, this is part of UPF's global effort to establish peace in the Korean Peninsula, guided by the principles of interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values. The UPF founders, Father and Mother Moon, have described the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula as an important stepping stone to achieving peace in the world. The Universal Peace Federation works to inspire and build a global alliance across all continents dedicated to the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula and the creation of a peaceful, unified world. Towards this end, we are building a global coalition of stakeholders and peace builders representing governments, religion, civil society, business, the media, the academia, working hand in hand with one heart and one goal to overcome the barriers that divide us in order to create one universal family under God. UPF has been fostering partnership between government and civil society as a new model of peace building in the 21st century. UPF continues to be active in promoting a unified world of peace even during the time of global COVID-19 pandemic. The past three rallies of hope, co-organized by UPF along with the Family Federation for World Peace and Unification, has brought all leaders together to fight against the pandemic and to usher into a new era of peace. Keynote speakers at the rallies of hope include current and former heads of state and government, United Nations Secretary General, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, and leaders of the European Union and African Union, among others. Throughout the 2020, UPF chapters around the world have been convening hundreds of programs towards this end. Over the next 2 years, those programs will increase dramatically. We need your help. The Rally of Hope series is sponsored by the Universal Peace Federation and is dedicated to building a unified world of peace. Its impact is being felt every corner of the world. Those who sacrifice not done so in vain. Let us work to fulfill the hope of the United Nations. Let us work to fulfill the hope of all the world's great religions. Let us work to fulfill the hope of every man and woman and child. Indeed, let us work to fulfill the very hope of God, our heavenly parent. Please join us and let us work together. Dr. Haq Jahan Moon has said that the dawn of a new story is growing brighter. Let us advance swiftly towards new story. Thank you very much for joining this virtual international leadership conference. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you, Honorable Eknath Dekal. Yes, okay. Thank you, Honorable Eknath Dekal, for your reminding us that we need to work together. We need the help of really everyone to participate in this peace-building initiative. I would like to remind people that they should look for and ask the representative who has invited them here about Mother Moon's autobiography, her memoirs called Mother of Peace. And it talks about her life in terms of a refugee from North Korea and standing by her husband, Father Moon, for 52 years, and now continuing that mission alone. Thank you again, Honorable Eknath Dekal. We'd like to now show a video about the Korean War and ask that you really pay attention and see what we can learn from that together. Thank you. I think there may be an audio problem.
Enduring painful days of hellish war, caught between life and death, sometimes in fear, seeing your fellow comrades fall, and leaving your blood and sweat in an unknown land. Until the end you defended Korea, and you are remembered as heroes. June 25, 1950. The United Nations Allied forces crossed the 155-mile demarcation line on the 38th parallel, dividing north from south, sacrificing their lives in unrelenting battle in a bid to bring Korea the gift of freedom. After the adoption of the United Nations Security Council resolution, the brave men of the Allied forces under the command of General Douglas MacArthur threw themselves unreservedly into the rain of fire that fell upon them. In support of the South Korean army came soldiers from Greece, South Africa, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Luxembourg, Belgium, Ethiopia, the United States, Great Britain, Australia, Canada, Colombia, Turkey, Thailand, the Philippines and France under the United Nations command. Denmark, Germany, Norway, Italy, India and Sweden provided medical support to heal the war wounded. And 41 other countries around the world sent needed supplies to South Korea, which had been stripped bare by war. Once war broke out, it seemed that no one would escape the carnage. The long days of war saw 600,000 Korean military casualties, with more than 500,000 from the UN forces killed or wounded. The blood of 2 million Korean citizens stained the valleys and mountains. The bodies of some 150,000 soldiers killed in action that could not be repatriated are remembered with the blossoming of the flowers each spring. Though their voices are silent, their names are remembered with respect. Under such protection, Korea has flourished, owing to the courage of heroic men and women who sought to safeguard its freedom, the courage of those who made the final sacrifice. Korea now shines brightly in the world. Marking the 60th anniversary of the start of the war, in 2010, Dr. and Mrs. Sun Myung-moon donated $10 million to the veterans of the UN forces that had protected this land, symbolically repaying the love these veterans had for Korea. And on behalf of the Republic, they sent the Little Angels Performing Arts Troupe to their countries as an expression of gratitude. In 4 separate tours covering 22 countries, the Little Angels took the spirit of Korea to the world. They performed for 5,000 dignitaries, met 16,000 Korean war veterans and their relatives, and through their lively performances showed them and tens of thousands of other citizens that the veterans' sacrifices had not been in vain. With their love, the Little Angels held close to their hearts the names of those who had protected their homeland 60 years earlier. Their very first stop was the graves of all those who had given their lives protecting Korea. The little angels engraved in their hearts these glimpses of the lives of these good men. They expressed their gratitude for the unconditional sacrifices these men had made long before they were born. They are aware that the peace Korea enjoys today is a gift they gave, and that their happy lives today result from the love shown to their country many years before. Many veterans lost their close friends and comrades in arms, and some have had to spend their lives in wheelchairs, yet they expressed their warm affection and encouragement to these little angels who came from the land where they had given their blood and sweat decades before. Just knowing that in the small country in the Far East, where they had risked their lives, that young people like these little girls are growing up in freedom, filled their hearts with joy. However, the little angels also encountered veterans who had been marginalized, neglected, and forgotten. They had risked everything for peace, but had fallen on hard times. Going through hardships, some even selling their medals for a few dollars just to buy food, perhaps the most fearful thing for them was to be forgotten. Through the Little Angels tour, such people came to light, and the Little Angels testified to the sacrifices they had made. This created the driving force for them to rediscover their lives. The Little Angels also played the role of diplomats, helping cement high-level friendships. And nations' leaders responded warmly and welcomed Korea's heart of never forgetting their support.
Orada hep şöyle dediler. Dediler ki Türklerle biz kan kardeşiyiz. Çok doğrusu memnun oldum. Tabii 60 yıl önce Kore'ye giden Türkiye'den çok binlerce subayımız, askerimiz oldu. Ama işte o büyük bir dostluk ve yakınlık, kardeşlik doğurdu.
The flutter of angel wings for those who had come to meet the young angels were the angels' way of saying thank you to those who had fought for and guarded peace, an expression of the freedom South Korea enjoys today. Through the fan dance, the little angels showed the beauty of Korean culture. Through the doll dance, they expressed warm gratitude. As they sang and danced vigorously, they gave the best gift to those that had waited for so long. These young girls' pure performances healed the hearts of those who were hurting, who were touched and delighted. The lovely little angels brought hope and peace of mind. The little angels found here the heroes of the Korean War and sang songs that spoke of peace, and through their voices and delicate dance expressed their hearts of thanks. Dr. Sun Myung-moon and Dr. Hak Jahan-moon have led a movement for world peace and shared their ideas on peace with people all over the world. The little angels represented that vision as they represented their country. Yet the Republic of Korea, however, is still divided north and south. Since long ago, Dr. and Mrs. Moon have prepared their worldwide foundation to assist with the reunification of the two Koreas. In 1990, they encouraged Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev on his path of reform, and the following year they visited North Korea and met with North Korean leader Kim Il-sung. They embraced him wholeheartedly despite everything, putting their lives on the line to maintain peace between the Koreas and ultimately to see them as one nation again.
우리는 50년은 동안 전심전력을 다해 국내외의 두의 사상과 하나님주의를 중심한 이념운동을 토대로 통일의 기반을 조성해왔습니다. 우리 다 같이 참사랑의 하나님주의로 우리의 가치관을 정립하고 국민 사상 무장의 총궐게 합시다.
Amid the rivalry between the powers surrounding the Korean peninsula and the North Korean nuclear crisis, still we can take the peaceful path of unification under the true values that Dr. and Mrs. Moon have championed. The path of interdependence, mutual prosperity and universal values. The Peace Road project has highlighted the way. It is a great initiative to foster reconciliation. The idea to build a fifth UN office in Korea is stimulating many to consider Korean unification, and an active movement to prepare for the era of a unified Korea is gaining momentum. A vision lighting this era with rays of genuine hope. The goal of the work Dr. Hak Jae-han Moon is leading is to see the two Koreas as one nation again.
섭리의 완성 시대에 있어서 이 민족이 나가야 할 길은 무엇이겠습니까? 남북 통일 좋습니다. 그러나 이 민족이 해야 될 것은 하늘 부모님을 모시는 길이 우선입니다. 이 길만이 영전하신 하늘 부모님을 모신 우리 인류가 영존하는 길임을 명심하시며 나와 함께 하늘 부모님을 모신 인류 한 가족 평화 세계를 이뤄 나가 주시기를 간구하며 축원하는 바입니다.
Hope for the realization of a heavenly unified world. In a time of an unfinished war, we cannot fully enjoy today. But like those who came together to protect Korea 70 years ago, peace-loving citizens from around the world are coming together now, uniting and sharing for the establishment of a heavenly unified Korea. The final walls of ideological division must come down. The nation of Korea that has been blessed by God never takes for granted the grace that it received. A unified Korea will bring hope for a unified world. We are grateful for this grace and will never forget those who fought on our behalf. They will be forever remembered in history. This day shall be remembered as a great day. Today, Korea is taking a big step forward to the realization of a peaceful, unified world.
A moving tribute to what happened 70 years ago. Not a forgotten war, but forever remembered. Father and Mother Moon are personally involved in thanking the Korean War veterans and those who offered aid and military supplies to Korea, because on the day that Father Moon was to be executed, the day before, the UN forces bombed the Hungnam prison where he had been for 2 years and 8 months. One day later, Father Moon would not have been alive today and wouldn't have been able to carry on his worldwide ministry. So it's very personal for Father and Mother Moon both. Our first speaker is General Tersak Maron. He graduated from Chula Chom Klau Royal Military Academy in Thailand in the year of 1960. He served in the Royal Thai Army as a commander in many combat units, including the UN forces in the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and served along the Thai border protecting his nation before retiring as a 4-star general. He still serves as a special aide-de-camp to His Majesty, the King of Thailand. General Morone is the president of the Lions Club of Thailand, the president of the Universal Peace Federation of Thailand, and appointed recently as the global vice president of Sun Moon University in Korea. Please welcome, for his remarks, General Tersak Morone.
Honorable heads of state, prime ministers, first lady, distinguished participants from 150 nations and all sectors of the society. As one of the Korean War veteran, I feel honored to share my vision and experience as Thai military officer to serve as the UN peacekeeping force in South Korea. On June 24, 1950, North Korean forces invaded South Korea and were able to seize Seoul, the capital of South Korea. And within 3 days, South Korean had to retreat south to Busan, the southernmost part of the Korean Peninsula. The United Nations has announced support for the armed forces from various free world countries in order to join the fight with the communist forces of North Korea to protect freedom and the freedom of South Korea. Thailand was the first country to accept a volunteer to send combat forces to join the United Nations by then Prime Minister Field Marshal Pibut Songkram by sending combat forces from the Royal Thai Army, Navy, and Air Force, along with sending rice to alleviate the suffering of South Korean citizens as well. The Royal Thai soldiers belong to the United Nations forces attached to and went up to battle together with the 2nd Infantry Division, U.S. Army. Fought bravely and steadily in many battlefields. The place was recognized by the United Nations forces at the battle at Pork Chop Hill over the 38th North Parallel near Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea. After many units have attacked unsuccessfully, and the Thai soldiers were able to attack and successfully seize this important terrain in the battle, which was a high critical terrain. This victory brought prestige to the Royal Thai soldier in the Korean battlefield. The commander of the 8th U.S. Army, which was the command unit of the UN forces, gave the title to the Royal Thai Military Force, Little Tiger. That means Thai soldier, small frame body, but fight like tiger. The Korean War was fierce and relentless. The battle has lasted for 3 years. Soldiers lost their lives, and millions of South Korean citizens have lost valuable assets. Amid the loss and misery, a ceasefire was finally signed. Later, a border between North and South Korea was established. When the boundary line was defined, then the demilitarized zone, no man's land, was known as the boundary line. A distance of 1 kilometer wide on each side, together with a 2 kilometer wide strip along the boundary line. Forces of both sides cannot enter that area. As you see, the Korean War ended with only a ceasefire agreement, but there is no truth. So these two countries can go to war at any time without having to declare war. Freedom is not free. Our side has lost millions of lives of South Korean soldiers and citizens. Many became immigrants, refugees, and separated from their family. Relatives became homeless, and there was lack of food, medicine, and have terribly suffered. Despite having ceasefire agreement, war is waiting to happen at any time. For another 22 years, the Royal Thai military force remained as a United Nations forces in South Korea. It was the only remaining nation. We were first in and last out. During that time, we fostered more than 40 orphans, Korean boys and girls, until the Thai soldiers withdrew from Korea in 1972. These children continued their education, and some of them even proudly got their doctorate degrees. Because when we returned to visit Korean Parliament at Unchoni village, which served as the base camp for Royal Thai military force, they came to welcome us and chat happily together with us. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the founder of Universal Peace Federation, Dr. Hak Cha Han Moon, who always invests herself for vision, for promoting peace and unity among the people of the world and within our nation. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ
Thank you, General Tersak Maron. My respect for you grows day by day the more I understand how much you have lived for and sacrificed in so many areas. I love what you said, the Thai soldiers fight like a tiger. Thank you. Our second speaker is Dr. Adrian Buzo. He is a former Australian diplomat who served in both Seoul, South Korea, and Pyongyang, North Korea. He has taught at several Australian universities and authored research articles and books on Korea, including The Making of Modern Korea and Politics and Leadership in North Korea, the Guerrilla Dynasty. It is our honor to hear from Dr. Adrienne Bouzeau.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in your conference, and can I just express my congratulations and appreciation both for the invitation to me, but also to the efforts that everybody is putting into what remains an extraordinarily difficult and dangerous situation on the Korean Peninsula. We are here looking at the 70th anniversary of the outbreak of the Korean War, one of the saddest developments in the history of any nation in the modern world, and of course it is a tragedy that continues. My purpose and my contribution to this conference, I will confine myself to the current situation that exists, especially with the change of administration in the United States, but the prospects for the United States and its allies in negotiating with North Korea in the hope that some pathway to peace can be achieved. We're all aware of the period of the diplomacy of President Trump. I would like to put that into some perspective because that is the essential backdrop. And in fact, I will need to go back a little bit further because, as historians are well aware, nothing begins just simply by itself. One process leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. And then we find ourselves with either an acceptable outcome or we go to war. So there we go. Now, the actual history of the United States, just very briefly, the actual history of the United States involvement in direct negotiations goes back to the Clinton administration and the 1990s, where it was quickly found that it was not very successful talking with the North Koreans for a while the US was attempting to achieve a dismantling of their nuclear weapons manufacture capacity. The North Koreans turned out to be playing for time and promoting and continuing with a secret nuclear weapons development program, which ultimately resulted in their first nuclear tests in 2005. When there were attempts during between 2003 and 2009 to adopt a multilateral approach, this so-called six-power approach to dealing with North Korea, but these efforts were not successful. We then entered into a period of stalemate during the Obama administration, which it was called the period of strategic patience. When Donald Trump came to office, the first 18 months or so spent with a high degree of rhetoric, calling Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, a little rocket man, etc., and adopting very strong words indeed. But ultimately, Trump came around to the conclusion, based very curiously not on his own intelligence, because you know that he does not rely, or he, as president, did not rely on established people and expert advice, but rather on his own intuition. And when South Korean leading officials visited him, in 2018, he was persuaded by them that North Korea was willing to talk. And so that led forward to what we now know as the Singapore summit, and 8 months later to the Hanoi summit. But after the Hanoi summit in 2019, all impetus was lost, and the talks essentially just disappeared, and familiar rhetoric was employed. Now, was there anything promising there? Is there anything to build on? Well, I'm aware that some people are of the opinion that yes, it is useful to talk. I adopt a rather different perspective. It is not useful to talk unless you are extremely careful about your agenda. If you just go and talk to somebody without clearly establishing all the parameters involved, then the possibility for misunderstanding, strategic miscommunication, mixed messages, both bilaterally and also amongst your allies, is really quite serious. And in my assessment, President Trump did nobody any favors by very obfuscating rhetoric, claiming victories, claiming successes in talks, which were in fact simply non-existent, and engaging in a lengthy process that when it did get to his officials, they were obliged to start reinventing the wheel. So in the event, the key aspects which in the case of North Korea amount to verified access and verification of North Korea's nuclear assets. Just simply that did not take place. And so we come to the end of the Trump administration with the familiar situation of stalemate. Well, given the huge number of issues that the United States, the incoming administration, now has to deal with, it is, in my assessment, unlikely that we will see any early resumption of substantive talks between the United States and North Korea. This, of course, is quite of a serious development because, as we know, there are regional developments afoot, especially regarding China, which are not favorable to the interests of the United States. And also, time is very much on the North Korean side, because as their nuclear program develops further, they get to the stage where they will be able to launch missiles with a guaranteed first strike capability, and they will be able to survive any strike, any retaliatory strike. It's rather paradoxical to be both pessimistic, as I guess the import of what I've been saying up to now would lead us in a pessimistic direction. And yet we are here in this situation where we are 70 years on from the Korean War, 67 years on from the armistice, and yet further violence has not broken out on the peninsula. There are too many reasons for that to go into at all at the moment. So for the moment at least, we will be stuck in this position where North Korea struggles under the weight of United Nations sanctions, where it manages to access a good deal of resource from China, and where at the moment at least there does not seem to be any new factor entering the equation. And so I think in the absence of identifying such equation, we are forced back on the assumption that the peace, the precarious peace, will probably continue to be maintained. North Korea will continue to gain in military strength, and its adversaries from the Republic of Korea to Japan to the United States to the United States allies will also be forced to simply accommodate themselves to that very uncomfortable reality. Thank you very much. In the limited time that I had, I hope I've been able to pass on some perspective on recent negotiations, especially between the United States and North Korea, and perhaps unwisely suggest what the pathway in the immediate future could bring us to. So thank you very much, and I wish you all very well and safe and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adrian Bouzeau, for your insights and experience in helping us to remember that it takes skill and patience and a lot of planning in order for peace processes anywhere in the world to be fruitful. We'd now like to take a short break and watch two kind of testimonial videos of Korean War veterans themselves. One is from New Zealand and another veteran is from the Philippines. Please enjoy.
Good morning, Anayongi Hasio. My name is Ronald McMillan. I'm 88 years of age. I served in the I was in the Royal New Zealand Navy from 1950 to 1958, and I served in Korea in 1952-53 on one of our Navy ships. I was there when the ceasefire happened and we came home after that. And my thoughts of Korea: cold, very, very cold. Yeah. Our ship wasn't made for very cold weather, and the clothing we had wasn't made for cold weather either, so we froze. I was presented this medal years ago at the Auckland Town Hall, and I think there was 8 or 9 of the medals going to New Zealand, and my mate got one, I got one, and Melissa Lee, the Member of Parliament, got one, and 2 or 3 others got one. Got the medal, that's right. Big service we had. And prior to that, I went to the Rose Gardens, the first time to the Rose Gardens, and we had a meeting there, and we were presented with a medal. I didn't wear the other. It's another small medal, 3 things for the church group issued us. Yeah. Yeah.
The unification about the North and the South Korea, if you wish.
I think if it's too quick, it's going to cause a lot of trouble for the South. Yeah. If it's too quick, all those millions of people coming from the north to the south, and I think it's going to be very hard. But if it comes in slowly over the years, all good to see. But I'd be a bit worried if it came in too quick. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it'll have to happen, but if it happens too quick, all those millions of people from the north will flood across the border, and they'll be like this. They'll have to find work for them. They'll have to find homes for them. They'll have to find money for them. So. And that I think that will really hurt the South if it's too quick. Yeah.
Right.
It will come. It'll have to come in years, but if it's too quick, in the way they've got at the moment, the North is just starving up there, and if millions of them come over the border, it'll be a big shock to the South, I think. Yeah.
Education.
Well, we haven't been told much that he's invited. They told us very little about Mr. Moon. And the only thing we virtually saw was on the television, our stuff, and mainly the only thing I remember was all the mass weddings they had. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. But we never hear anything about him at any of our meetings or anything else. Yeah. The only time we did when we went to the Rose Gardens and we got that medal, and when we got this one. That's the only time. And even this one, they didn't tell us that it was Mr. Moon backing this one. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It was just a big parade, and we went into town and up on the stage and presented, and that was it. No one actually told us that Mr. Moon had anything to do with this one.
great
I returned
sacrifice.
to Korea 4 times on visits. I've been back on visits, really enjoyed myself on the 4 visits I went back to Korea. But I haven't been for a few years because can't walk too far now, so that's it. And we have always had a lot to do with the Koreans here. Before the lockdown, we met them at meetings every few weeks, and we went to luncheons with them, and to different we went to church groups with them and stuff like that. But since the lockdown, and of course our Korean Veterans Association finished, no longer, so we don't see much of them at all.
Yeah.
I've been in touch with Diane Lee quite often. I've known her for a long time. I used to know her when she was in Hamilton, so I've known her, and Sammy rings me up now and again. She just lives close to me. That's right. Yeah.
I am Major Max Young, a Filipino soldier who fought 3 major wars: the World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. 70 years ago, on September 15, 1950, when I was 27 years old, I left behind my wife Norma of just 2 years and a 1-year-old baby boy, Walter, to sit for Busan. I was the tank commander of the 10th Battalion Combat Team of the Philippine Expeditionary Force to Korea. 2 major battles during our stand in Korea. The Battle of Poldong in November 1950, barely 2 months since we arrived in Korea. It was the first time we fought all that weather. Sad to say, 112 of our brothers were killed, 229 wounded, 41 taken prisoners of war, and 16 with missing in action. Of that group of Philippine soldiers who saw action until 1951. Now in 2020, only 12 of us left are still known to be living. I am now 98 years old. We, the Korean War veterans, bore the burden of war, but we seek peace, knowing that peace is the climate of freedom, and freedom is not free. It is paid for with blood of fighting men and stained with the tears of loved ones left behind. Let us learn the lessons of history of the Korean War and its aftermath. That is only through taking this path of loving, peace, and sacrificing for it that freedom, prosperity, and a stronger society follows. At my age of 98, I remain hopeful for peace and eventual reunification of the 2 Koreans. It is because I place my faith on the younger generations and the people behind the Universal Peaceful Federation, who continue to champion the cause of peace. Their conviction in working for peace is a solemn, holy commitment that remaking the world through hard work and determination can bring about a world that aligns with what is best in humanity. Mabuhay kayong lahat.
Well, we are honored to have these testimonials to share together. The Honorable Leopoldo Bataol is our 3rd distinguished speaker. He is a retired police general, legislator, and a local chief executive. Currently, he is the mayor of the municipality of Lingayen, the province of Pangasinan. He served for 3 consecutive terms as a congressman from that district in the House of Representatives of the Philippines from 2010 to 2019. He is the president of the Municipalities of the Philippines in the Pangasinan chapter and the president of the International Association for Parliamentarians for Peace in the Philippines. Let's put our hands together and welcome the Honorable General Bataol.
utmost modesty, bliss, and privilege. Before proceeding to my piece, let me first greet the personalities who have made this event possible. To the UPF, to this session's moderator, to FFWPU Asia Pacific Region President, my fellow speakers, and to the other webinar attendees who believe in the great possibility of a peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula and its effect to world peace. A good day. My distinguished colleagues, at the outset, please let me share that prior to becoming a member of the executive branch of our government, I was long part of the noble profession of arms and the retired police general. Further, I have also been a member of the legislative branch and chaired the Veterans Affairs and Welfare Committee, which underscored on the value that must be linked to our war veterans. As part of the military and police force, I was well aware of the significance of the use of force to attain and maintain peace and order in a given jurisdiction. In fact, history even teaches us that wars were fought with the best weapons a country could ever take a hold of. But as one of those sent to the front line in the most critical parts of our country, I've learned that every fight, every war aims only one thing, and that is peace. While the sold-out Forgotten War involved only a 3-year military action between the North and South Koreas, with reinforcement from the Soviet Union at one hand and the American forces at the other, its impact somehow continues to this date as no peace between the parties was forged. Ergo, making its 70th year is 2020, with the Korean Peninsula still divided today. When I became a part of the legislative and now a local chief executive, I gained a better understanding of the alternatives of the traditional war or the use of arms. While I do not mean to downplay the need for strong military forces, I wish to accentuate on Pacific modes, especially when dealing with the conflict between or among states. As the United Nations Charter, to which most countries, including the Republic of Korea, adhere and declares international disputes must be resolved by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice are not endangered. While I acknowledge that peaceful reunification of the two Koreas would entail arduous ramifications to the socio-political, geopolitical, and economic spheres, I have confidence that with clean intentions and backed up by a careful consideration, the reunification's advantages will outweigh the travails. Further, may this concept of reunification be one that is all-encompassing. To cite President Moon Jae-in talking about a new concept of reunification, it shall be a situation where everyone living in the Korean Peninsula is safe, not only from war, but is also safe from contagious diseases, environmental problems, terrorism, etc., and may pursue happiness and good life. May it be one which the renowned philosopher Plato proposed as the best, rational, and righteous political order, one that leads to a harmonious unity of society, where each of the parts flourishes, but not at the expense of the others. The Korean War resulted in millions of casualties, but its forces had ended 67 years ago. If there could be ceasefire 3 years after, then there are more reasons for the possibility of peace talks, Pacific talks 70 years later after. Albeit, My knowledge of the Korean War and the complexities of the consequences is insufficient, I am certain that when a war is ended, genuine peace should begin. A Korean War, although forgotten or ignored, has long been running. Perhaps it is high time to finally and sincerely put an end to it, just as what Germany did. I knew the process will not be easy. Nonetheless, it will be worth it. From this end, I convey that the local government for which I have the privilege to lead advocates is an order, as our Constitution proclaims. We abide by the policy of peace, equality, justice, freedom, cooperation, and amity of all nations. May this series of peace talks, webinars, and international leadership conferences lead to the seemingly distant, at least at the present, reunification of the Korean Peninsula. May the succeeding year mark a different observance of the anniversary of the Korean War, where the parties will then be truly at peace and united. My highest regards to all. Good day.
Thank you, the Honorable General Batawal, for your optimism and hope. Our fourth and final speaker is Datu Nasir Hamzar Mohammed. He is the chairman of the Karang Kraft Media Group in Malaysia. After more than 40 years of operation, this media house is now well known as one of the major media players in that country. Apart from making a name as a successful entrepreneur, he is also active in doing charity work, which focuses on helping single mothers and orphans in the Peninsula, Malaysia. Let's welcome Dr. Dato Nasir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Robert S. Kittle, Chairman of the Education Commission, UPF Asia Pacific, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The unification of Korean Peninsula is always possible, provided always that both North and South Korea is always sincere, honest, and committed. I stress the word sincere, honest, and committed. This is very important element in any discussion for unification or peaceful talks or whatever it may be. Both sides must sacrifice whatever pride they have. Sometimes in negotiations, one must be willing to forego some of the most sacred things that whoever may have. We cannot win all and we cannot lose all in any negotiation. Of the most, North and South Korea belong to one and same family and ethnic group. They share almost everything in similarities. They speak same language, same culture, same family name, same food, and same behavior. The only thing that differ is ideology, which can be adjusted. The question now is how sincere both sides wanted unification. How honest are both in wanting unification, and how committed are both for unification. Sincerity is something that is very difficult to quantify, so it takes a lot of guts and effort to prove both are sincere. Honesty is equally difficult to quantify, as in sincerity, so again, a lot of effort need to be taken. Commitment is something that both can be quantified. How committed are both sides in wanting to see the unification if both sides are really committed for unification, then the road to unification is much more easier to achieve. Moving forward, we take from the above scenario what takes to move the unification process. We must identify who should make a move toward unification, how to start unification process. Do you need a third party to represent both sides on the negotiation table? The answer for number 1 and 2, the process is already ongoing now. The answer for number 3 is very important. As to who should be the moderator is super important. Normally, in any negotiation, the moderator or the middleman must be acceptable and welcome by both sides. Otherwise, it will fail. The moderator must not be seen to favor only to one side, but it must be favorable to both sides. We must make sure the moderator is comfortable for both sides. As in the current unification process, the United States of America is seen to be more favorable to the South than the North. And US is not seen to be the best moderator for the North. That is why the negotiation process has failed many, many times. It is seen as though US is more interested in exerting more influence in the Korean Peninsula than the unification process itself. It is also seen that US is not that friendly to the North. That is why, in order to see unification, both sides must look into who should be the best moderator, who is acceptable and comfortable to both. A country or organization who is seen and is really sincere, honest, and committed to see the unification a reality. The moderator must be respected by both. I think this is the tall order for all of us to look into who should represent both in the unification process. The moderator is as much as important as the parties involved in the unification negotiation. Recently, what happened to Armenia and Azerbaijan is a classic example as to how important is the moderator to any negotiations. No matter who gets more or who gets less, but the outcome that matter in the least for now is the region is peaceful. People say if you want peace, you prepare for war, but no war can actually bring peace. Peace is always achieved through negotiations. We have seen so many wars being fought during our lifetime, and none that has brought peace other than through negotiation. War only brings destructions, and hardship. So let us find ways and means to stop all the wars and hatred. Let us build this world based on love, care, and humanity. UPF work for a peaceful reunification of Korean Peninsula and harmonious relations among the nations of Southeast Asia is laudable. The recent virtual Rally of Hope held last week participated by world leaders and more than 200 million viewers worldwide set a clear signal for peaceful reunification of the two Koreas. I appeal for all to support the work for the peaceful reunification of the divided peninsula. I would like to end this presentation with a phrase by Prophet Muhammad. He says, "You will not enter paradise until you believe. You will not believe until you love one another. And you will not love one another until you promote peace among you." Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Nasir, thank you so much for your insights. I think your second career needs to be in peacekeeping. You've done very well in media and as a philanthropist, and we look forward to your future involvement.
No problem. If I get the chance, I will.
Sincerity, honesty, and commitment. Thank you. Now we have a chance for some questions and answers. We have limited time, but I would like to invite Dr. Venus Augustine. He is the president of the International Peace Leadership College in the Philippines to moderate our question and answer session. Dr. Venus Augustine, we are at your
Thank you so much.
beckoning.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. President Hori and Jiang Li. So there are questions actually, but due to the time limits, I would like to immediately read. This is a questions that will address to any of the speaker. What could be the challenge to the people and the government of both countries to work on if the reunification is to be successful?
Okay.
Any resource speaker?
We can start with
the speakers that are here. Start with who, please?
Any resource speaker, yeah, can answer.
With Sir Dato Nasir from Malaysia.
Okay. Dr. Nasir, please read the question one more time, and this will be for you.
Okay, so what could be the challenges to the people and the government of both countries to work on it if the reunification is to be successful?
Okay, I think it is simple. Like what during my presentation just now, the only utmost thing is sincerity, honesty, and commitment. If both sides are committed to the reunification, then it will happen. But if both sides or only one side is committed, it will never happen. So the most important thing is commitment, honesty, and sincerity. Then everything will be in order. The system will be there. The people are willing to reunify. Both sides are willing to unify. Only that the engine, the commitment from both government, the sincerity, the honesty, and the commitment. That's all I think.
Thank you so much. That question is coming from
Dr. Venus.
Yes.
In fact, I have one question here from Malaysia. Can I answer as it is?
Oh, okay.
The question is like this. Malaysia has cordial relations with both South and North Korea. What can Malaysia do to promote reconciliation and reunification of Korea?
Okay, that's connected to the questions here.
Sorry? Okay.
Go ahead, Po. Go ahead.
Okay. In my presentation just now, I quote, the moderator is very, very important. And this is Asian problem. Asian problem, and it's more of a family problem, the North and the South. So the best moderator, the best people who can solve this problem is Asian. It must come from Asia. So I believe that be it Malaysia or whichever country in Asia that can become the moderator, I think it will be much better. Because I think United States has failed to do what they're supposed to do. And I think Trump also met Kim Jong-un a few times, and which failed. And I think everybody knows that it is really just a holiday, okay, to Vietnam, to Singapore, and also a short visit to the demilitarized zone. And so this is something that we need. People either from Malaysia or from Asia, inshallah, we can deliver the reunification to this peninsula.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dato Nazir. One more questions? Still okay?
Dr. Venus, may I add something?
Oh, go ahead, Honorable Iknat.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Venus. So, yes, I also agreed with Dato Nasir Hamza from Malaysia that the reunification between two divided Korea is possible. The question was asked, what are the challenges? I think some of our speakers also already answered those questions. So one of the main challenge is with the two system and two different ideologies, because South Korea is driven by the ideology of democracy and free market, liberty, and North Korea is guided by different ideology. So that's why I think we really need to give them the alternative where the both Korea can come. In this regard, our founder, Dr. Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, actually they proposed the head-wing ideology as a common ideology for both Korea to unite. And also I've been to both Koreas and also especially North Korea more than 2 times, and we could clearly see that the aspiration of people is actually they really wanted to unite as a one. And then so one of the colleague at our delegation, Honorable Chaya Sharma from Nepal, she will be speaking at the second session. So I hope she will highlight some of the aspect of this question. However, I think the peaceful reunification is possible. Again, like what Sir Dato Nasir said, that if the both side is sincere, honest, to sit down in dialogue and negotiation, then reunification will achieve. And reunification will not achieve, or even though achieved, will not sustain through war. It should be only through peaceful negotiation and peaceful dialogue. So this is also the stand of UPF, and UPF has been supporting a lot for the peaceful dialogue and negotiation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Iknat.
Can I add on Mr. Dakal comments?
Sir, please. Please.
Okay. I agree with what Mr. Dakal said, but I think now with the present world, even if you see the Germans, the East and West, they can reunify. So, and with the world, the changing world now, everything is no borders. Yeah? So, and the most important is the people of both countries, even though they have different ideologies, but they still wanted to reunify. Because the most important thing here is blood is thicker than water. So this is more of a family relationship, not just about ideology, but about family, and about culture, about a lot of similarities they share. So I don't see reasons that reunification can fail, provided, like what I said earlier, the commitment, the sincerity, and the honesty must be there.
Thank you so much, Dato Nazir, for that input. Still possible questions?
Maybe any comment from President Hori, Dr. Benas? Maybe President Hori also here. He might wanted to make some additional
yes,
comment.
President Hori, please.
Yes. Yes. Both people of both nations wants reunification. Yeah, it's truly they want. Then the thing is the government. So North Korea government wants to survive, but also the government and the people of North Korea, it's connected because they need to be sorry. Democratize. Otherwise, it's difficult. That both people wants to be united, but otherwise, democratize. The North people cannot reach even to South people of South. So that's a last will be that point will be the last point of bottleneck to be reunified Korea. So open the gate will be needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Hori. One last questions. This is from YouTube, from Uncle Randall. This can be answered to any of the resource speaker or to anyone. How would China react to a unified Korea on its border? Would any moderator nation need to be not influenced by China? How would China react to a unified Korea on its border? Would any moderator nation need to be not influenced by China?
I can answer, no problem.
Okay, Dato Nazir, please.
Sir.
Okay, China, I think in this as respect, China is not so much a factor because China is opportunist. Now they are expanding their power base in the region. So whoever, say for example, if reunification happens, they can exert their influence in both countries or in one unified country, that is Korea, and they can do more business. And they have been doing, in fact, now they have been controlling not only Asia, but also Africa. And now also, if you see, US also are struggling to fight with them in terms of business, communication, technologies. They are much advanced than the US. In fact, in terms of, say, for example, communication, the 5G, they are more advanced than the US. So I think if Korea is unified, the South now is one of the great economies of the world already. So if they unify, they can be much greater, combined with the other, say, like Japan. Japan is also one of the great economies of Asia. So Asia will be very strong. The real tiger will be coming out of Asia if the unification really happen, with the resources in the north, untapped resources. So I think that will be no problem for both countries to unify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much. Yes.
We need to draw. Honorable Eknath, please go ahead.
Honorable Eknath.
Yeah, I think I don't see any reason that China would be unhappy by the reunited Korea. And of course, the role of 6 party talk nations are very crucial. That is including China and Japan and Russia and US. I think the world powers should come in certain common understanding. And already South Korea is one of the great trade partner of China. And also if both Korea can be united, so the Korean economy will be even more bigger. There are a lot of economic resources in South Korea, and also human resources in North Korea. And also in terms of population also, if they are united, will be almost 60 to 70 million population. I agree with Sir Dato that that new actually power will emerge, and that will make also balance in our Asian economy and also in the world, especially as even our founder has declared the era of Asia Pacific Rim civilization. I think that will really realize, and the era of truly Asia will emerge. So that's why I think China and any nations, I think would be happy if the Korea can be united. And yeah, so thank you so much. I conclude here.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Venus Augustine, and thank you to the speakers. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think there's still some questions, but I can just throw this to later. Okay. Thank you so much.
We need to close it now. Okay, again, thank you for our distinguished panelists and for the participants from more than 28 different nations. This has been a rich and very rewarding time together where we all kind of think and hope and pray again for really the last vestige of this kind of Cold War division of one nation for our really homeland of the founders of the UPF, that it can be reunified in a meaningful and productive way. I would like to just make one announcement. This next session 2, will start at 2 p.m. Bangkok time. That is in about 1 hour and 15 minutes from now. The theme will be the same. Their focus will be on the second part, will be a unified world of peace. Again, thanks to everyone to make this a successful conference together.
Dr. Kittel, just before you conclude, if I may just take 30 seconds.
Please.
Because I saw here in the screen a lot of lawmakers from Nepal. Actually, they are joining with us from various parties, from Nepali Congress, from Socialist Party, and also from Communist Party. So I just wanted to recognize all of them: Honorable Chinkaji Shrestha, Honorable Dhanraj Gurung, Honorable Chaya Sharma, Honorable Gita Ranaji, Honorable Milanji, and actually many more. So they are the one who make Nepal's constitution. So I am very encouraged by their participation. And of course, thanks all the participants from throughout Asia Pacific for joining this ILC. Thank you so much. Dr. Kittel, please.
Okay, this draw to conclude the first session of the IPLC program, and we look forward to seeing you in a little over an hour at our second session. It will be the same way in which you logged on this time. You will be able to log on again and join us in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
What about Professor Ali?
UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is a time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union, and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs.
remind you to unmute the microphone later on. Yeah.
Okay.
But now it's okay. We are not yet broadcasting. We will broadcast like 5 minutes before 2 p.m.
Thank you. See you.
UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union, and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we're here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are: the International Summit Council for Peace was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, represents a worldwide professional network of journalists who support a socially responsible and moral media. IMAP recognizes the vital role that journalists play in providing objective reporting to foster an informed citizenship. The International Association of Academicians for Peace, IAAP, is a global interdisciplinary academic initiative aimed at contributing toward the realization of a world of lasting peace. IAAP is dedicated to building professional networks for academicians to foster a world of peace. The International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, affirms the role of businesses, business leaders, and investors to make the world a better place. In early 2020, UPF convened a Rally of Hope featuring dignitaries including Pastor Paula White, Cambodia Head of State His Excellency Hun Sen, President Macky Sall of Senegal, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, former U.S. Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and many others.
I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its a broad set of partnerships in the realms of politics, religion, academia, media, economy, arts, women and youth serve as a good model. I believe the Universal Peace Federation will become a cornerstone to build lasting peace around the world and a heavenly unified Korea based on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Celebrating 15 years, UPF will continue to grow through service, dialogue, and collaboration, guided by its spiritual and moral vision of one family under God. UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope. The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union, and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we're here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated
Welcome back to the second session of the virtual international leadership.
好，欢迎再次来参加今天我们在网上的第2领导大会的第2部分。我希望大家刚才休息的好。在第2部分，我们将讨论朝鲜半岛的和平统一和统一的和平世界。让我首先自我介绍，我是厄苏拉麦克拉克，我是 UPF 亚太区秘书长，我也将会是这一部分的主持人。韩国作为神统一韩国是 UPF 的主要目标。UPF 的创始人文千明总裁和韩鹤子总裁两位是把看待韩国统一是世界和平的一个关键点。在今天的这个场合当中，我们是向所有为了和平而付出牺牲的 UN 军士们表达致敬。朝鲜半岛、韩国半岛，它从2战以来一直都是保留着没有解决韩战以来的战争问题。在韩国的分裂也导致了核战争爆发的可能，也是所以为了解决这个问题，我们今天的演讲者也都是在此表达自己的了解和看法。接下来让我们欢迎世界和平统一家庭联合会亚太区的区长 Damian当克利来致辞。
Thank you. Hello, distinguished leaders, guests. Thank you so much for participating in this virtual ILC.
好，非常感谢诸位嘉宾、诸位领导，感谢大家能够来参加这次网上的 ILC 领导大会。我相信神是我们的天父母，是向大家参与这次大会也非常表示感谢。我们为什么韩国半岛是如此的对世界和平统一的重要？这因为世界上我们有无限的不同挑战。那在这些挑战当中，为什么韩国的情况是如此的重要？韩国的统一的不只是韩国的故事，在韩国半岛统一的时候，它将会绝对的改变世界，它会把世界的地图改变，它会很大的影响到不只是亚洲的，而是整个国际的情形。这个更深的一个原因呢，其他的这些原因，外在的原因可能也非常的重要，但是我是因为这个分裂，韩国的分裂的背后的有更深的原因，也韩国的分裂呢，也是人类分裂的一个标志，是人类作为我们人与人之间的，还有不只是我们人与人之间，而是我们与神之间的分裂，也都是再次表达出来了。所以我们也是希望有信仰的人是可以能够有更多的跟神的关系，跟神的合一。这文先明总裁和韩鹤子总裁，韩总裁的自传当中或者写的内容，在文总裁的自传当中也都是有他们的 他们在韩国历史的过程里边显现出神是如何努力为了人类历史发展而做的所有一切，在这里是很明确地表达了我们与神的关系，我们与文总裁凯利是很让我们知道了神是我们的天父母。那我们去认识我们天父母，去与我们天父母遇见的地方呢，是超越着所有其他让我们分裂的条件。我们可能会认识到南韩比北韩更加的快乐，但是如果把它想成是一个家庭，一个分裂的家庭的话，不可能有任何一个弟兄因为他的弟兄而自己会感到喜悦。如果自己的弟兄在悲惨的话，那所以我是如此的看重，我是如此的欣赏和感谢文总裁韩总裁他们所拥有的如此的一种普世性的世界观，让我们了解到我们不可能自己独自的喜悦，因为我们必须要我们的弟兄姐妹们喜悦，我们才能够真正的放心和喜悦。为达到如此的一个世界，我自己也是非常的感到荣幸，能够在这里和诸位在这里为了走向一个和平的世界而努力。感谢大家，也愿神祝福大家在今天的这场大会里边。
Thank you very much, President Dunkley. You touched our hearts when you said that the unification.
好，非常感谢我们邓克利会长，你的这些话语感动了我们的心。尤其是当你讲到韩国的统一会改变到世界地图的这个现状，我是完全相信这一点。首先让我介绍我们今天的第二场会议的演讲者，首先是蔡阳哲萨特纳博士，他是前驻美国华盛顿和韩国首尔的大使，他也是泰国理蔡大学理事会主席。
First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to the UPF Korea for inviting me to join this
首先，我想表达感谢，向 UPF 韩国邀请我来参加这次的节目，来怀念韩战70年的经历，70年前的经历。我也想在这里 UPF 在跨宗教的和平教育和和平建立的上的努力。我们今天的话题，韩国的统一，韩国半岛统一和世界统一，我想表达最关键的内容是，这是一个很大的目标，也是一个不容易的话题。很多人可能会认为统一是一个危险的、不太困难的一个过程，他们可能会想象到这是做不到的。但是我们如果可以保持，我们了解到它的重要点，我们如果知道这个是世界和平的很关键因素，这也是为了让我们能够有我们区的和世界上的平安。那我们这次的这个挑战是值得我们去 努力去超越。我当讲到这个是非常有条件的时候，是讲到和平统一是很有挑战的一个目标，因为它背后需要有很多因素所在，在此有很多很高层面的不一定的因素，每一个话题我们也都需要去克服它。在此当中，我们也知道有政治的挑战，也有经济的挑战，也有地理性的强大国之间的这个竞争，同时也有社会的两个国家的人民的融合。我们此外当然也有感情上的和心理上的不同因素也会被面对。那我们现在我感受到最大的挑战是北韩的不透明。我当然不想要太负面，但是我们到此为止已经看到了很多成功。在75年，在72年有了南北韩之间的沟通，然后我们在1997年也有了阳光政策，然后在2000年也有了南北的共同宣布将会向统一努力前进。之后有朴槿惠总统也是走向了和平统一的，在2014年在2018年文在寅总统也有了一个潘文正的这个发言，当时有这么好的发展，世界也给了文总统很大的支持。在2019年，文总统也建议说要2045年为止要有两韩之间的统一。在此我们也可以看到不停的努力为走向两韩的统一。双方也是持续的像有过如此的这种沟通和交流。在世界和平的领导们和人士，在韩国、朝鲜半岛的和平统一也都被认同。在世界的政治情态下，两韩的统一，它将会把区域的势力的平衡会被很大的影响。但从一个乐观的角度去讲的话，我希望朝鲜半岛的统一可以是站在美国、中国、联合国一起去支持它，让它能够达成。但是我也想再次的指出，如果统一是依照着北韩的模式去形成的话，那这个在国际平台上，我感受不会有好的结果，它也会导致很多区域的不平衡，也会有很多 很多我们需要解决的问题，如同说美军在韩的美军，还有在韩国的不同的军事武器和南北韩的军事武器等，还有在这里有很多需要去解决的议题，所以我们 UPF 这里也都是再次强调，我们需要有和平的统一，我们也需要更多的去努力，更多的交流，更多的沟通、交谈、合作。金正恩的绝对的目标是希望自己的政权可以保持下去，所以有些人会建议说，像中国香港的模式一般，有一国两制等等的这种模式。当然，这些能不能够行通是可以讨论的，但是现在我们也不可能有一些这方面的结论。在经济的角度而讲的话，南北韩的统一肯定会对世界在自己的经济上肯定会有最大的、最好的影响。他这样的 Goldman Sachs 在此做的一个预测，说南北韩统一的话，他们可能会站在世界第3大经济立场的。为此，两韩和所有有关国家，包括2个世界大国，大家都需要努力去不停的走向和进行沟通和交流。在此，我们每个国家也都希望能够参与到这个过程当中。在此，我们可以有两韩之间沟通的建立平台。泰国和阿西安可以做什么？就是我们用 ASEAN Regional Forum 可以提供一个平台，允许2国之间的交流。AIF 它在之前的大会里也讨论到两韩的议题，在此他们各个国家的领导代表也都表达过自己各个国家愿意成为积极参与在两韩统一过程当中的助手。为了帮助两韩之间的和平统一，在2020年11月，阿信也是再次有了如此的一次大会。在这个两韩的统一过程当中，北方将会需要很多的科技上的发展。在此过程当中，阿信的东南亚的国家可以有很大的一个角色，帮助这个过程，帮助北方的发展。为此，我们也需要说服北方的领导，让他们可以对世界和国际的互动有 更多的参与，这是需要的必要条件。
Thank you very much, Dr. Chayong, for your wide experience and insights. Next, I would like to introduce Her Excellency General
感谢蔡用博士刚才分享到的内容。接下来让我介绍 Naim Sowati 将军，他是副总理和国防部长商提班的顾问，他也是柬埔寨政策和外交部副总干事，所以让我们邀请我们女士将军 Naim Sowati。
Thank you. Good afternoon from Phnom Penh. Allow me to, before I start, to make a slight adjustment in terms of
好，谢谢大家，下午好。好，首先让我做一个小小的一个调整，我不是一个将军。诸位女士们、先生们、朋友们，首先让我向 UPF 表达感谢，给我如此一个机会参与网上的如此国际领导大会，这真的是一个我的荣幸。在这个机会里边去标志着第70年，韩战后第70年，让我向在战争当中牺牲的所有的人士表达致敬。这个为此在此讨论到南北韩朝鲜半岛的和平统一和世界的和平统一，我的话语只能够限制在我自己国家柬埔寨当中，这也是我自己的看法，而不是我所工作的单位的看法。女士们、先生们，和平统一的概念，我们也都可以把它看为是理想的和平幸福的状态，一个和平世界，一个没有冲突的世界，这也是可以给予个人和国家去建立和平的目标和动机。它也可以是来自为更加自然的，这也可以来自于各个国家的人士。和平是一个共同分享的财产，它是我们需要无论如何要去保护的财产。和平的发展只能够在和平的条件之下有。我们在想到朝鲜半岛的利益的时候，让我们我可以分享我们自己在柬埔寨的经验当中，让诸位去思考。女士们、先生们，我的尊敬的朋友们，今天的柬埔寨是有一个非常正在发展的经济，现在经济发展是很稳定，也有很多年轻人的突出的发展。柬埔寨达成和平状态之后，尤其是在数十年的内战之后，这真的是柬埔寨的政府和主席所帮助建立起来的和平状态。如果再更详细去讲它的话，柬埔寨国家内部的分裂如何达成统一，在柬埔寨的军事分裂因为有3项的肯定，首先是生命的肯定， 就是肯定说之前任何的军事方面人士都不会得到迫害，都不会被伤害。第二个是工作的肯定，这也就是肯定他们将来的生活可以有。然后第三呢是财产的肯定，这个也是确保说诸位参与人士都可以保持自己的所有，在政府、国家，在这三个条件参与到了，给予了双方就所有不同有争途的各方人士以上的3点，这个是来自于人类的，大家都是希望得到最根本的这个安定，所以所有的不同的争论的各方，斗争的各方都可以统一在这3点之上，然后此后达成了和平的统一、和平的发展，在此也提供了足够的一个平台，让国家可以发展下来。这个也是打动了全国的人心。此外呢，当然也有一些不同的因素，在此呢可以提到7点。这7点包括：第一是领导，是主席本身领导了这个过程；第二是政府官员，中心政府；第三是军事方面；第四是心理方面；第五是经济、政治和思想方面的融合；第6是外国因素；第7是各个分裂组织的自我的瓦解、自我的解散。在朝鲜半岛，我相信它不可能成为一个外国的角度去正确的了解它。我们为了要去超越或者去达成超越我们的挑战，去达成我们所希望得到的结果，这会是所有的一切都是很快的发展过来。这个在柬埔寨也是如此，我们不只是有了分裂的一个国家，这也是在政治方面的分裂和理想上面的分裂。那如果讲到朝鲜半岛的统一的时候，有3点，首先是外交关系，第二是社会经济的发展，然后第三是要看到朝鲜半岛上的朝鲜人、韩国人的他们的所愿。在我最后，我想再次表达 UPF 对 UPF 表达感谢。文先明总裁和韩鹤子女士总裁，为了要建立一个和平统一、繁荣的世界，所做出的所有一切的贡献，尤其是在世界的平台上去推动一个家庭运动，我也深心相信这是达成世界和平统一的很根本的一个前提条件。在 UPF 的一个重要的议题，这也是世界上和平和从政治和地理经济的因素也都包括在内，所以我希望也看待今后更多的互动和更多的交流。好，谢谢大家的时间。
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General, and you gave us a lot of food for thought and for discussion. Thank you so much.
非常感谢Swati Lieutenant 将军。接下来我们想介绍苏德卡尔巴蒂博士，他是印度尼赫鲁大学国际研究学院东亚研究中心的助理教授，也在韩国学方写过许多不同的论文。
Very good afternoon to one and all. I'm very thankful to the Universal Peace Foundation for this great opportunity.
好，大家下午好。我非常感谢 UPF 给我这次这样的美好的机会，可以在此讨论朝鲜半岛的统一议题。这是我的荣幸，可以讲到这样重要的话题，这对我也是我心里非常关心的话题。我今天的话题是韩国和平统一的挑战和议题。我们如果看到朝鲜半岛的地图的时候，它是有很多大国的影响包围着它，一边是中国，一边是俄罗斯，一边是日本。有的时候这个地理因素会可能是一个祝福，或者是一个灾难。在这个情况之下呢，它是一个不好的因素，因为韩国成为了大国之间的一个受害者。韩国是在这三大国之间的被影响到。我们在这里有3个不同的议题，今天想要去讨论的。首先是为什么要有两韩之间的，为什么两韩之间的沟通没有能够成功？第二是有哪些条件？第三呢，是我们如何可以前进？到现在两韩之间的关系，他们有做过不同的交流。在1972年，在1911年有根本的这个同意。2000年，在金大中和金正日之间也有过见面。在2007年，在罗姆현总统和然后再一次在2018年，在潘主门也是有过最近的这样的沟通。但是在两韩之间有了如此多的这种同意和沟通，当然在朝鲜半岛上也有过很多军事上的危险，或者我们也可以看到，最近在6月份，北韩也攻打了Taesong的一个地方，这样的话就说明又回到了根本的零点，这就说明了在这两韩之间有一个很根本的这个差别，就是我们怎么样可以补充一下这里的缺陷，这里的南韩是要求北韩要非核化，然后首先要有经济上的这个统一，然后合一，然后之后可以有政治的合一，然后这都是要有一个 和平的方式，这个呢是有可以说有，但是北方呢是如何看待这样的问题？北方的条件是说，要南方停止做区域的军事的训练，然后还有北方也要求军事方面的，还有要把所有的反共产主义的这个议题去解决它，尤其是反共产主义的法律，就是如同说南韩有国家安全法，那北方要求南韩去除掉如此的国家安全法，这个是北方的条件，北方的想法，所以南北方之间有不同的策略方式去走向和平，但是韩国的停战合约要改成是一个和平合约。我们在2017年和2019年这里写的不同的内容，在学习这些不同的内容当中，我的结论是，韩国半岛、朝鲜半岛的和平是。在这里可以看到，在屏幕上可以看到我所认识到的。所以首先呢是双方都有一个，就是在双方有这个停战。其实两韩之间的关系现在还在战争的状态当中，他们只是临时的停战状态。所以我们可以看到这里，在每年两方的国家都有自己的，这里是讨论到美国和韩国的两个国家的军事方面的合作，和北方呢要求南韩要停顿如此跟美国的一起做的军事的训练。北韩是非常的，因此非常的感到不安。这也在北韩的政权当中，让他们感受到，然后这也导致了北韩需要感到自己需要有核武器的，为了要自己国家的保护，为了要自己国家的安全，所以必定要有核武器才能够抵制南韩和美国的合作。我们不只是认识到北韩，我们所听到的一直都是北韩正在做核武的发展，但是我们要去了解为什么北韩有这样的因素，为什么有这样的动机。还有呢，美方去抵制、去停止北韩的支援。现在北韩，我们根据联合国2019年的报告，在北韩有上千万北韩人是有不足够的食物和他们的生活情况，40%的北韩人因为联合国的经济挑战，他们都被影响到，他们的人生都被影响到，但是他们不会放弃自己的核武器，因为南韩和美国的 互动而感到不安。然后还有在北韩的状态或者模式也是要军事为先，先军的政策。那因为这些不同的因素不停的导致，除非我们把这个巡回去把它给去除掉，要不然在南北韩达到统一是非常困难的。我们为了要去突破它，我们需要如何往前进呢？北韩现在也是面对着食物的不足，在外在的任何的经济的这种政策，它都会影响到北韩的生活状态。在北韩的很多的年轻人和女人都是有不足够的饮食，根本的饮食。我们也需要停止南韩和美国的军事的交流，军事的，还有南韩对待北韩的政策需要有一致。南韩是每次有政府的或者总统的选举之后都会有变动，每当有新的总统进来，所有的一切政策都已经被解决，或者都被去除掉，或者对改变。那所以我们必须，我在这里提出呢，是我们在南方在不同的党派之间必须有一个共鸣，如何去面对北韩，如何去与北韩建立关系。所以再次向大家表示感谢，给予我如此的一个机会。在这里，我再次向 UPF 表达感谢，谢谢。
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudhakar and for your call of consistency.
非常感谢苏达克巴迪博士叫我们去，尤其是叫南韩要有更多的一致性在对待北韩的政策当中。接下来我们有名誉教授，不是，是查亚沙曼女士，她是制宪会议成员，也是国会议员，在2014年到2018年，她同时也是尼泊尔女企业家协会联合会的主席。好，让我们邀请查亚沙曼女士上台。
Namaste. Distinguished speakers, eminent leaders,
好，大家好。
dynamic panelists, ladies and gentlemen,
好，诸位嘉宾、诸位领导，
from Nepal.
还有女士们、先生们，大家下午好。
As a speaker among
从尼泊尔，
distinguished panelists,
我非常的荣幸
I'm so delighted that
被邀请来和如此这样的演讲者参与这样的大会。UPF 也是建立了如此多的不同的领导会议在网上，在此也是让我们跟世界有连接。虽然在现在的这种被封锁的时代， 整个世界都是在面对一个前所未有的世界性的大的挑战，但是我们也是在积极的往前走，为了让我们可以有一个好的前进方案。今天我们领导大会的议题是南北朝鲜半岛的和平统一和世界和平。UPF 的创办人文贤敏韩和子总裁，他们也讲到了南北韩的统一是建立世界和平统一的大的一个前提条件。我是有荣幸参与到之前 IAPP 所举办的，去过南韩和北韩的2个不同的国家。在我的这个经验当中，我有过非常丰富的经验，这也让我的对2个国家的认识有了更大的让我有了更大的认识。我确信，当我们是统一，如果我们可以去拥抱不同的人士，不管他们的国家，不管他们的宗教或者背景，超越国际的话，我们可以胜过任何的挑战。我们如果可以建立世界的稳定和和平和民主的意识，我们可以解决所有的战争和冲突。UPF 一直都是不停的努力在建立世界和平。每当有此机会的时候，当我们讲到和平的世界，我感受到这应该从自己开始，然后发展到社会上。在社会上也有很多不同的议题要去解决。在这里，当然有男女平等的议题，有财富的议题，有环保的议题，有武器的议题，也有要去消除到任何的排外性。人类到了一个我们需要和地球母亲合一的状态。我们为了要保护人类，也需要去有面对环境的环保的议题。我在这里想要再提一个问题，我们现在还想要更多的人类的迫害吗？还有更多的不幸吗？我们这次的大会是讲到和平，是在朝鲜半岛和在世界上。我是深心相信，在朝鲜半岛上的和平统一，这个也是很大的一部分要靠着他们周围的邻居国家。没有中国、俄罗斯、日本、美国的支持的话，这个和平统一也是不可能的。当然，关键的主要的人士是朝鲜半岛上的人士，所以问题呢是南北韩他们可以想象到一个共同来到一起的未来吗？他们有足够的信任吗？让他们可以有足够的互动和足够的让他们可以来到一起。我们在双方都可以听到想要走向统一的理念和想法。我们也可以看到 看到不同的历史上的如此的努力，在2000年的时候也是有过如此的一个场合，他们讲到南北韩的国家的人士，尤其是我们可以看到在奥林匹克当中，奥运大会，在不同的奥运里边，我们也看到了有两国一同去参加，代表着朝鲜半岛的这个组织去参加奥运。还有之前的在平昌的举办的冬季奥运，也是有着南北韩的共同参与，一同参与。在2018年，两国也统一也决议说要走向一个和平统一的南北韩，所以我们可以想象到，总有一天将会有南北韩的统一。南北韩的统一也是双方政府的长期的目标。我们是在不同的时间段也看到了希望的光，但是此后也都再次陷入到不能够前进的状态。那韩国、北韩的自然的财源，还有南方的科技上的财富，这个国家统一起来将会成为一个世界大国，这肯定也会允许我们如此走向如此一个统一。我们也有我们为了要走向和平的，我们也可以有更多的分裂家庭之间的来到一起的机会，见面的机会。我们通过两韩通过与邻居国家的会谈，也可以建立起更多的条件。我最后也是希望我们每个人都可以归回到正常的生活。COVID-19的疫情发展也是给了人类整体的一个大的挑战，这也叫我们为了自己国家安全，也需要去做出负责任的行动，负责任的行动。现在我们2020年只有1个月的时间了，我也希望所有在此的人士可以有一个好的、美好的2021年，也希望大家保持安全。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Dr. Chaya Sharma, for asking many relevant and important questions and giving a lot of insights into
好，谢谢 Chaya Sharma 博士问的这些重要的问题，也是给予了我们，也是提出了许多如何可以导致南北韩的统一的方案。最后，我们的介绍名誉教授 Shamsher Ali 博士， 他是孟加拉国开放大学和东南大学创始人、副校长Shamshar Ali， 来自于柬埔寨。
Thank you, Honorable President Ursula McLachlan, and all the listeners.
好，谢谢Ursula McLachlan 会长和所有的听众，世界各地的听众们，谢谢大家来参与这次重要的领导会议。在我讲任何话之前，让我首先表达感谢，向 UPF， 向 Dr. Thomas Walsh 博士，他这几年来一直都是 UPF 的动力，还有 Honorable Agnes Dakal 是 UPF 亚太区的区域长，还有 Honorable Ursula McLachlan 会长，还有 Dr. Kittle 博士，也是 UPF 教育部部长。诸位这次大会的帮助举办这次大会，还有选择这样的一个重要的话题去讨论，我也是想表达向韩赫子总裁去讨论到这个南北韩统一的议题。我们在做这次大会的时候，现在是一个我们人与人之间所建立起来的这种隔阂，但是这个隔阂是来自于疫情发展。但是南北韩的统一是这个统一的时间已经到来了。
Reunification of the Korean Peninsula and not just unification. History testifies
讨论到南北韩之间的统一，讲到统一的时候，不只是说统一，而是再次统一。因为南北韩之前是一个统一的民族，世世代代的韩国。南北韩一同的是有上百年的统一，他们也是有过自己的传统和自己的方案，生存的方案。韩国是一个非常有智慧、有文化背景的地方，但是只有在第二次世界大战之后，才导致了南北韩的被迫分裂，韩国人民的被迫分裂，尤其是在韩战爆发之后。但是这样的分裂是不可能长久的，在南北韩两地的人们，他们是有共同的文化、共同的语言，他们也有共同的思考模式。他们如果是自己去决定的话，他们很久以前就可以去解决这个问题了。但是他们的分隔已经有很长时间了，现在是时间让两韩的人士可以来到一起去讨论到，不只是为了他们自己的利益，而是为了整个世界的好，不只是为了韩国和朝鲜半岛，而是为了世界和平。韩国对于世界是非常重要的。在21世纪，我们有了很多的这种科学的发展， 我们也有很多不同的方式去有交流沟通。我们可以把所有的误解等等去清除掉。我们也可以建立一个新的世界在这地球上。那现在我们的同意我们在2018年在潘문점的南北韩的2位领导，他们也是再次的向大家崛起了两韩之间的统一的梦想。这也是让不只是南北韩人民之间，而是整个世界上所有热爱和平的人士都因此得到了希望。那南北韩的统一在北韩，我们有巨大的自然的资源，在南韩也是有了很大的科技的发展。我作为一个科学家，我想向这国家的领导们，你们所达到的呢是足够的力量了，但是你们所需要的呢是 fusion 能量。fusion 能量呢是将你们的力量结合起来，融合起来，同时也把你们的思想结合起来。fusion 结合，所有在世界上所有的一切都是由力量带动的，但是这力量是来自于什么呢？就是来自于结合的能量，是在太阳的力量所给我带来的。太阳的力量，这个结合的力量是如此的厉害。fission 力量是分裂的力量，分裂的力量呢，有非常有能量的东西，他们会希望排斥能量，那这就是他们的分裂。我也是希望向2个国家的领导们表达，希望大家都已经有分裂的力量了，但是你们是在有融合的力量之前，你们建立了分裂的力量。但是我们如果看到这个科学内容当中，我们会看到是分裂是要在融合之后很久以后才会有分裂，但是你们是将最后的先达成了，所以把顺序给颠倒过来了。那我们世界的人民都是鼓励你们可以将2个国家的力量融合起来，结合起来。你们已经给予了世界很多，但是你们有更多可以给予世界的。之前的韩国，世界是没有认识到，世界认识的韩国不是今天世界认识的韩国，但是你们向世界也表达了说，朝鲜半岛是一个，韩国可以是一个伟大的国家，两韩，所以希望大家可以去讨论它，然后你们通过你们的努力，你们可以给世界带来惊讶，可以 让我向大家讲一个韩国的寓言，这个大家肯定也知道，这个话语俗话，这个俗话他说的是，就是有意志的人呢，就有意志的地方就会有方案。那希望大家可以有这个意愿，有意愿的地方就会有方法。所以这也是为了韩国的人民，希望韩国人民可以统一起来。大家也可以向我们表示，让我们看到和平方案的方法和非常感谢。
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for enlightening us on the need of fusion energy.
让我们再次向安利博士表示感谢，他让我们也是提醒了说，我们需要有融合的力量，让我们在韩国、朝鲜半岛，现在也是诸位等了很久的这个阶段，在早上我们在问答部分有很多的讨论，那当时也没有足够的时间，没有能够回答所有的问题。那现在让我们欢迎我们的 Venus Augustine 博士，他是菲律宾的ILC 学院的院长。他会带领，他是我们此部分的司仪。我在这里有一些问题，我们现在首先有一个重要的问题。这是任何的演讲者可以回答的问题。这是来自于博伊lang的问题。在今天的世界政治情形当中，在您认为哪个国家将会是最好的做司仪的这个主持人的角色？为了让南北韩能够有统一。在今天的世界政治的状态之下，哪个国家将会是可以最好的去做主持南北韩之间统一的这个角色？如果没有其他的这个人士的话，我自己想说，不丹，为什么呢？因为我在不丹的时候，不丹也看到了，也认识到了哈佛大学的人士去到不丹那里，因为在不丹他们讲到的，在不丹的幸福度，他们是一个有和平和幸福的国家，这是不丹的国家的哲学思想。那这两个国家如果可以去和不丹去讨论的话，学习不丹的这个模式，那这两个国家你们自己可以去解决你们之间的问题，你们所拥有的任何的资源，你们可以把它们都投入在一起去解决你们的问题。除非他们两个国家是让他们自己去解决问题的话，要不然他们解决不了自己的问题的。所以我建议不丹可以做这个中介。有没有其他的
Shamila said. See, right now we should not go for any third-party mediation.
我有一点
There is a technical
可以讲，
both
就是
South and North Korea they have technically at war. Try to understand this. And who are the signatories of the armistice agreement?
南北韩之间其实现在还是仍然站在战争的状态之下。那他们所有的这个停战、休战合约，这休战的合约当中也是有俄罗斯、中国、美国、日本的这个影响。那中国和美国，如果我们不去把这个休战的合约去改变的话，那我们就很难去讨论到说南北韩这个共同有和平发展的可能。不是从政治的角度去讲，而是从一个人类角度去讲的话，我会说，我们邀请他国来做中介，更重要的是南北韩的人民们他们自己去决定他们要怎么样进行和前进，所以两方的人民他们需要去提议出他们自己希望得到什么。
Thank you. Just my own opinion, I believe that if we are calling for a unification of North and South,
我自己的想法呢是，我们如果是希望有南北韩的统一的话，那世界应该一同去帮助他们去解决这个问题。如果我们是相信南北韩的统一真的会是对世界带来好的因素的话，就会对世界是好的一个现实。那我相信世界呢，大家都应该是有各个国家都可以有它的贡献。好，第二个问题。这个问题是我们第一个演讲者他讲到了这个可持续的交流，我们的第一个演讲者他现在不在场，他讲到了可持续的交流。那现在请问在座的诸位有谁可以有谁有什么想法吗？有关这个话题，可持续的交流是说明我们需要在各个参与方建立起互信，相互可以相信，除非我们可以有信赖，可以信任彼此信任，要不然我们不可能有沟通。我们现在北韩看到在南韩的美军所在，所以北韩肯定会感到不安。那北韩的不安呢，就是说明了北韩对南韩的不信任。那这两个国家之间必须有信任建立起来，我们必须提供如此一个条件，让他们可以建立起信任。我们有这样的一个信任的环境以后，双方才会愿意交流，才会能够建立共鸣。好，让我们邀请其他的人士。好。 我们的诸位演讲者，他们已经将他们的智慧分享给了大家。我在这里，我是支持他们每一个人的这种每个人的分享和他们的。当然很重要的是我们要去在建立一个最终的这个统一的合约的时候，我们首先要建立起我们需要的环境。所以我们今天这样的会议，也就是创造环境，为了让能够有南北韩的统一的这种前提条件。所以这不只是 UPF 在做，而是在这个国家政府部门和非政府机构等等，就是在世界或者在社会世界的每一个不同的人士都可以努力的帮助建立起如此的一个和平的平台。其实我在这里收到的很多的问题呢，他们也都是讨论到了相同的议题。让我们邀请我们的 Damien Dunkley 会长，看看 Damien Dunkley 会长有没有任何的话。他现在在美国 ，Damien Dunkley 会长他在美国，所以我不知道他现在还在不在场。那我们可以邀请 Holly 会长。Holly 会长是在东京。
Yes. So, the building trust is
建立信任。
It is difficult. It is, as I said, at the first speech, there are different perspectives. So in South Korea,
我在第一部分的最讲的话当中讨论到，在南韩有很多的人，他们相信北韩是
threaten fair military is now reducing. Many of Korean people don't think they know.
就很多的南韩人士，他们他们不认为北韩会用核武器攻打南韩，以着这样的一个理解以后，南韩的人士他们
building among Korean people. But still, the difficulty is at least
他们相信在南北韩之间可以有可以建立起统一，但是在北方领导呢，他们也是还是希望能够看到他们可以继续生存的肯定，但是在双方的政府的交流当中，他们没有这样的肯定，所以和平的统一 它代表着不会有人被杀，不会有人死，这样的肯定，这样的确定是需要的，但是我们现在没有如此的这样的肯定，就连那些最不好的人士，但是他们也必须要能够要确保他们可以生存，或者被容许原谅。如果有这样的一个机会的话，那他就可以前进。那我们必须建立一个合约，能够创造如此的一个空间的，能够讨论到如此这样的议题，这是我的想法。非常感谢霍利会长的这个，这里有一个重要的问题呢，他就是讲到了柬埔寨的政府用柬埔寨解决冲突的模式，将让所有的参与方，让他们可以在政府当中可以统一。您认为这个柬埔寨的模式可不可以被运用在南北韩的统一吗？这个很重要的问题。我们在这里可以有一个双赢的政策。这是在1990年代末的时候，当时柬埔寨是处于战争的状态。那个时候，柬埔寨的政府做了3个肯定，就是说有生命的肯定。如果大家参与到新的政府当中，他们不会得到迫害，他们和他们的家庭不会得到迫害。第二呢，就是工作的肯定。第三呢，是财产的肯定。有这3个肯定以后，这个各方可以来到一起。所以这个也是说，有战争的双方和政府的各方，这个也提供了一个双赢或者多赢的这个情况环境。但是这个在柬埔寨成功，但是这不一定是说明它可以在任何的一个情况或者环境之下运用起来。要去运用它的时候，必须要非常的注意和小心，确保关注每一个不同的这个议题。这是一个非常好的这个问题。好，所以我们再次表达我们的感谢。
Principles that leads to the reunification of North-South Korea.
Thank you very much, Dr. Venus Agustin. We now come to the end of our program.
好，我们再次向阿格斯汀博士表达我们的感谢。我们现在来到我们今天节目的最后的一个部分。我们现在时间已经到了，但是我想真心的向每一位演讲者表达我们的感谢，谢谢大家的分享，还有谢谢大家的积极参与在我们的这个交谈当中，让我们一起努力去支持南北韩的统一，也是建立我们天下一家的我们一个大家庭、大同世界，以致这样 的话语，我们可以结束今天的节目。好，让我们大家来到一起，来照一张相。所以让我邀请所有在场的人士，请把你们的这个你们的屏幕给打开，这样我们可以有一个最后的照片。好，大家把你们的这个摄像头打开，好，然后笑，微笑。好，大家说 peace， 这是我们的一个 peace 大会 ，peace。
Okay, thank you so much. And actually, we are already planning for future.
好，非常感谢大家。
Other webinars, there are programs coming up in early.
我们现在也在做今后的会议的准备。我们在12月初也会有一个领导会议，我们到时也希望再次看到大家。非常感谢大家的参与，谢谢。谢谢诸位演讲者。